Good morning. Well, not anymore. Good afternoon. Hey, Harnow. I've been using Zine for a while now, and I have to say it's really good. My only problem was the nested loop stuff, but that's solved now. Okay, nice. So you were able to test that it actually that the thing did actually improve, and now it's fixed for you, and it works as expected. Nice. There's a ton of improvements. Even if we set aside like missing features, plenty of features that are already present still totally need a lot more polish and work. But still, nice. The error reporting. Wait, isn't that a little bit better? You should be getting much better errors now. Like if you're experiencing a bad error, or rather, you know, let me rephrase this. If you're getting template rendering errors that you find confusing, please open an issue. The way they are presented. Okay, so here's one thing that you can do if you feel like. When you find a weird error, take your current working branch as is, check out a new branch, commit call it like bug repro, whatever, commit, open an issue in the Zine repo with a link to that reproduction as is, precisely as you experience it, and I will repro it, and then we can have a discussion, and I can fix things for you. So I'm totally looking forward to go fix everything. I know that there are still some errors that are like not well reported, but within the templating language itself, things have improved dramatically. I think I disabled some type of checking that I need to re-implement. So again, not perfect either, but the error messages that are there should be good. And if they're not, yeah, let me know. Or, you know, if you're hitting a panic to do report this error, I don't need a repro. You just tell me that you hit that. Like the fact that it's a panic, you know, to do report this error well correctly, like it's self-evident that needs to happen in a better way. Okay, so here's what we have on the plate today. Just like last time, we're gonna do a little bit of super HTML, just a little bit, because Eli is working on integrating this stuff into Vim, and so, by the way, he's doing an amazing job. He's like figuring out how to integrate things and everything else. That's great. When do you think Zine will be available? What do you mean, Ron? You can use it today if you want. I use it like go to Zine, go here, go to Zine ssg.io. Go here, click get started, follow the instructions, try it out, and make your website if you want. Like this website is already going to be your like a version 1. I don't know. There's a lot of things that need to be implemented. keep in mind that like version 1 doesn't necessarily mean that, oh, now I know that it will be able to build my website. Because, you know, I might decide that a version 1 doesn't need certain features that you might depend on. So like, I don't know, like waiting for a version 1 is, in my opinion, like not as interesting. Fuzzing has been implemented? Yes, it has been fuzzed. Keep in mind also, so if you're worrying about like it crashing while you're writing a template, yes, that has been fuzzed. If you're worried about it from a perspective of like, you know, safety, it's static websites. So it's, by the way, it's a static website generator. So what it does, it's generate static HTML, no web server logic. So like if you want to implement something like this, it's going to be separate entirely on you. So like there's no security concerns here. Or rather, there might be still some if you build your website with input from the outside, but they are very minor. Just curious, new to Zine. How big is the diff or the jump from tools like Quarto or Hugo to Zine? And I can also include code snippets and competition results in those rendered Zine pages. Great question. So, the jump from Hugo to Zine is very small because Zine is in good part inspired by Hugo. As in, I agree with Hugo on the general idea of how a project should be structured. So, you have markdown files that define your project hierarchy, your website hierarchy, and then you have templates that, well, I call them layouts. Layouts that you can reference from your content files to get them, you know, layouted in different ways. You have syntax highlighting, yes, but computation results are not implemented yet. And I have a plan for implementing those. So the idea of you being able to display a code snippet and a completion result is 100% in scope. But the idea is that it's not going to be something integrated in Zine. Let me explain maybe a little bit more the context. So Zine. So even though like the general project structure philosophy is very similar to Hugo. Without the confusing bits. It's Hugo without the confusing bits. So the idea is that Zine is not, unlike Hugo, it's not one executable. Zine is a collection of tools. There's a markdown renderer. There's a layout engine. Right now, syntax highlighting is part of the markdown renderer, but probably it will be broken off to a separate component at some point, or at least you will get the option of having a separate executable that you can use for syntax highlighting if you want. So it's a tiny collection. It's a collection of tools that all get orchestrated by the Zig build system. So you have a build system always at your disposal if you use Zine. So that means that your code snippets and competition results basically will become assets that you produce in your Zig build pipeline that then you expose to Zine. And from Zine, you will be able to access those assets and put them in places. That's the idea. It's not fully implemented yet. I would say assets are not really implemented much yet. Or at all. Like you can have static files, but we don't have yet the ability to say, you know, load this JavaScript file as an asset. I'm gonna need to implement this, so I'm gonna port the Zig website, and to port the Zig website, we need to add support. Which, by the way, the Zig website, guess what? It's a Hugo website right now. So the Zig website is a Hugo project. Well, we use a fork of Hugo. Like it's Hugo plus some weird changes that I made. But we have this problem because the Zig website has, you know, has these code snippets that are expected to run, and etc. etc. And right now this is all orchestrated by Hugo, because since Hugo is the thing that drives the everything, I had to fork Hugo and make changes to it. But with Zine, the idea is that you let me show you what a Zine website looks like instead. Why can't I have a nice link to this stuff, man? Okay, so this is what a Zine website looks like. A Zine website has a main build script, a Zig build script, and then it has inside Zine add website. So then the idea is that if you want to, have other assets that become part of the build, you will have to define those assets before adding the website, and then inside add website, you will also have like the option to put their references to your assets, and the Zig build system will take care of caching and everything else. So like the Zig build system will know that your scripts don't need to be recomputed unless they change, for example, or you can get more fancy than that, but like that's the basic idea. So yeah, this is how it's working. For example, this website zinessg.io, it's special because I'm using talking about assets here. I'm using a different approach where the asset is not recomputed every single time. Instead, it's generated occasionally. It's generated programmatically, but only occasionally when I invoke the step zine docgen. Like I have a step that basically generates the reference documentation for the scripty language. And so I occasionally invoke it manually. So it's not something that gets rebuilt every single time. So that's the idea. So yeah, this will all not only be supported, but it will support it in the most complete way possible. Not there yet though. As for like its relationship to Hugo, check this out. So in the docs, I explain this is, in my opinion, the nicest change that I made versus Hugo. So Hugo has this weird ass thing where you do index.md, underscore index.md, and you have leaf pages and you have non-leaf pages, blah, 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 blah. I changed the system. So underscore index doesn't exist in Zine, but you can still express the same exact things that you have in Hugo in Zine as well. And the idea is basically, basically what I do is that in my case, not only you can do directory and then index.md inside of it, but you can also do about.md and then an about directory. And these things have different meanings. And I explain here how this stuff works. Yeah, have fun. Okay. So Eli, by the way, is doing like a lot of work. As I was saying earlier, I don't know, in case new people join the stream. So Eli is doing a lot of work, and now he's like figuring out not only how to add super HTML to NeoVim, but also to Vim, to plain Vim. And that's great. So in turn, this has been, exercising things that haven't been really worked out yet in my language server implementation. One is, for example, that I create versions through Git, but then Mason clones the repo with depth1, which means that it doesn't have information about the current tag. So I guess I can add a flag for that. So let's go do that. And then we can switch back to the main Zig project. So in build a Zig, we want to do get version, or what get version give us? I guess we can give it a commit tag. Let's give it a commit tag if it's specified. Force version. GitHub. Oh, by passing git describe. Oh, but this can't be Boolean, can it? No, there is no or else false. There is no or else. We capture. There we go. So version... Translate and build version. Oh, you're right. Okay, that's pretty much it. I want to see one thing though, because I think I might be generating bad executables. No, I'm not generating bad executables. Good. Okay. So we can git push. We make git tag v 0.4.3. Git push tags. Zig clear the release folder. You know what? I should make a release. Clean the release folder. Okay, so we have the releases. Oh, we need to start everything. Remove the Windows stars. Make Windows zips. make a new release. So add default release flag to build. Not force release, force version. What am I saying? Let me double check that I actually did this correctly. Okay. So this task was done. Hopefully it doesn't encounter any more blockers. So many tiny things have been discovered, man, in this process. Okay, so here's what I want to do before I start working on porting the Zig website. there was an issue that was open in the past that I didn't really focus on much, but it might be more worthwhile now for us. So what this issue was suggesting is that, for example, Hugo has Hugo New, or like there's a bunch of commands that other SSGs have to auto-generate content, basically, like boilerplate. And what I was thinking is that we can do the same ourselves, and we can do that in a very nice way. So we can do, for example, Zine build new, and that adds makes the build system ask you, okay, what content do you want to create? What's the name of the file? Blah blah blah. Another one could be something similar, but for templates. And that would be awesome. So the idea is that you say new layout, and a new layout asks you, is this layout going to extend another template? A layout in Zine is like a top level template. It's like a template that doesn't have any more like undefined like extension points. So everything is figured out, and so that's what makes it a layout. It's like a template where everything has been defined. So you can say, oh, this layout wants to, or this template also can extend this other template. And so when you specify that, we generate the file with all the things that would basically the whole interface already written in. That could be cool. And that is also making me think that we could also add a command called like interface, like super HTML interface, and the interface prints out the interface of the other template. So it's like kind of the same thing. So this seems like good things to have. Because I think we're going to have to do that a bunch also in our work here. So here's what my plan is. Let's take this tiny detour to implement at least this partially. At least some of this. Like the things that make the most sense. And then test them out as we port the Zig website over. I think that's a good way of doing it. Also, there's one last thing though. Now I'm realizing that porting the Zig website over kind of requires us to have some kind of scripting markdown in the side of Markdown. Because right now we don't have any. And that is kind of important. And it kind of requires us to have snippets. And we don't have snippet support right now. But we should. The problem with snippets is that they require also script integration, and we really don't know what the scripty context should look like. But we can have like first implementation, like a first draft that doesn't have any scripty context to it. So you cannot script it with scripty, but at least you can do copy paste of information so that you don't have to repeat yourself. That's probably not a bad idea. Well, let's start with this stuff. Okay, so I would say our starting point is we want maybe we can do this. Step 1, implement Super HTML interface. We should also give it the I short version. So let's go implement this. So in CLI, we want a new command called Hazelicious. Yeah, we're getting there bit by bit. There's still a ton of yak shades on the way there, but we're starting that work. So I think we need check, and I think we need interface and I. Okay, so now we have more commands. We need to define the interface Z. And we need to do the same with check. Bam, ba-bam, bam, ba-bam. Let's see. I had a really nice experience with Zine. Holy shit, okay. I was still surprised that you literally only have a one-liner in build of Zig, and that's all Zine needs. Let's go. Yes. Thank you. So have you been... So you ported stuff to latest Zine? Have you had the delightful experience of being shown template rendering errors? Like, you know, bad syntax, forgetting to put an ID to the parent element of a thing. Stuff like that. How was the error message experience? It's not perfect, I know, like, so, yeah. Okay, still where you were a few months ago. Understood. Oh, look who is here. Okay, usage. Super HTML, command options. Commands, check. Check HTML documents. Well, let's say check for syntax error. Format, check documents. Format documents. Yesterday, I finally baked CMake, so I can now work on the bindings for assembly framework. Did you actually package the thing? Like, did you write a build.zig file for the thing? I forget the name of that framework. Maybe you can remind me. I have a reason why I'm asking. Keystone. You still use the CMake stuff. Okay. Just letting you know that also... I think you saw that already, right? Because you had exchanges, at least here in chat, I believe. Also, Techatrix is interested in Keystone, I believe. And he's also interested in importing it, like packaging it. But he is... yeah. No dependency on CMake stuff. The hard way. The proper way. Is this your work? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, the idea is to add this on all your code base. Just, you know, as I was saying, a full port. Like, the idea is to get rid of the dependency on CMake. Should I be using different Zig versions? I personally recommend. I mean, ZVM is one way of doing it, and it works. If you like it, then stick with it. If you, I don't know, don't like something about it and you want an alternative, there's also ZigUp. They both are like interchangeable programs. They do roughly the same thing. In different ways, obviously, there's differences, but like they try to fulfill the same general role. So that works. I personally have a checkout of Zig that I compile from master branch when I need, and it's bound to Zig 1. Like, I sim linked to Zig 1. And then I have Zig instead, which is managed by ZigUp in my case. And ZigUp, I use ZigUp to basically stay on the latest stable tag. So to me, Zig is managed by ZigUp, and whenever I need to switch version, I do ZigUp this, ZigUp that. And then when I need an on-demand master branch build, I use Zig 1. There's unfortunately no way to discover how I can import it. I can port it from CMake, but then I'm absolutely clueless how there's no resources out there. I also don't understand CMake, which may also be an issue. Yeah, most definitely. To be clear, I'm on your same boat. By the way, I also don't understand CMake, and I have the problem that at a let's say subconscious level, maybe not even that much sub, but I just don't even want to learn CMake. So. That's a problem. But yeah, you know what I would say is maybe you can, if you're really interested, maybe you can collaborate with Decatrix. Decatrix already expressed interest, so he could do some work, and then, you know, he could do some of it, and then after he shows you how to do certain things, then I'm sure there's going to be a ton of repetitive work to do the same thing for a bunch of other, I don't know, you do it for some object files, and you'll need to do it for some and more object files, stuff like that. If Zig is the latest release, why don't you install it from the system package manager instead of ZigUp? Because the system package manager might disagree on what is the latest release. When, for example, 0.14 is going to come out, 0.14 is going to come out on day X, but it will become the latest release in Brew, for example, which is the system package manager for Mac, and 0.14 will be the latest release available from that in, I don't know, X plus Y days, right? It will take, I don't know, a day, 2 days, a week. You don't know. The problem is that part is unreliable. So I like ZigUp. Also because with ZigUp, I can, you know, quickly say, oh, somebody has this problem on Zig 0.12. Okay, ZigUp 0.12.0, boom, switch version. It also supports, ZigUp also supports, what are they called? The Mac Engine releases of Zig. Mac Engine has like these intermediate releases that they do between 0.13 and 0.14. Mac Engine releases a few intermediate things so they can get the new 0.14 stuff before 0.14 releases, but without pure insanity. So they have like these intermediate checkpoints, and you can also get those from ZigUp. So it's good. Yeah, and by the way, Solalicious, I can add you to the all your code base organization if you want also. Make sure that you actually do the legwork to contact Techatrix and you guys figure out a battle plan. But yeah, after that, I'm super happy to add you to the organization so that you can guys start working. By the way, if you want to put that in all your code base, like I know that Techatrix wanted, obviously I don't want to impose that on you if you want to have this on your repo, whatever, but yeah. The capstone stuff, you mean bindings? You mean the bindings or because okay, so maybe I should tell you exactly what all your code base is. So all your code base fulfills two roles. One is provide convenience. Oh, is that another thing? Wait. Oh, keystone, capstone, man. This is too big brain for me. What the heck is capstone? Okay, capstone is a disassembler. What's keystone then? Assembler framework. Okay, so keystone takes in assembly, poops out machine code. Capstone is a disassembler, so takes in machine code, poops out assembly. I'm now on the same page. So let's see. How did you package capstone? Let's go. You did it. You did the work. Oh yes, this is so sexy. So yeah, absolutely. This. So I would recommend making these definitions better, because I get what you're saying, but you should probably copy over the definition that these things have in the original build system. So for example, let's see. How do they define these things? They don't put a ton of documentation, huh? They don't put a ton of documentation. Okay, so I would say that attempting... This is a minor nitpick, by the way. Like, you don't have to do that now. But, like, I think it might be nice to say what these things do more than just say, oh, this controls this setting in a build process that we're taking control over. Also, by the way, it seems that you're not really respecting those variables much, because I believe that in the original thing they control which files get included into the build process or not, and I think you are just concluding everything no matter what. Like, you see that it says if PPC support, then add this, otherwise don't, or something. In any case, sorry, as I said, nitpick. But let's go back to the original thing. So let me tell you what all your code base is, then I'll talk about this specifically. So two goals. One, provide convenience to users, Zig users, so that they can depend on C projects more easily, right? Just add it to the zone file and it works. Point number two, the idea of all your code base is that it needs to be kind of like a shopping mall for C project maintainers. The idea is that C project maintainers can come in, see that there is a build script for their project, take a visual look at it, see if they like it, and if so, adopt the project. So the end goal of all your code base is to add stuff to it that eventually gets removed by the original maintainers. So in a sense, we don't want to have the responsibility of maintaining these build scripts. We wish that the original maintainers would take them on. We don't want to force them, obviously. If they don't want to ever have anything to do with Zig, it's fine. Then we'll maintain it, and they don't have to be annoyed by Zig people, so everybody will be happy. But if they're open to the idea of eventually adopting the Zig build system, they have a already made, already maintained part of their build systems, and they can just copy that to their main project, and everybody's happy. At which point, we will, I guess we will archive, maybe not delete, but we will archive our fork, our repo. So this is the goal of all your code base. This also means that the projects in here need to package the C library and nothing else, pretty much. So if you have like bindings and other fancy Zig specific stuff, that should go into another repo. Now, if you want to donate Capstone Zig to the Zig repo, to all your code base, absolutely, I would love to have it. I would even say, if you give me confirmation now, I can add you to the org and you can move the repo right away. But then again, as I said, the goal is to, the idea is if you do that, it's because you wish to have the original project, ideally, eventually take ownership of this, maintainership of this build system so that you don't have to do that anymore. Lastly, I will ask you to rename this to the same name as the original repo. So just Capstone. If it's, let me know if it's a thumbs up. I don't mind. Okay, nice. All your code base, people, invite member. Why is these things above selected? God damn it. Okay, you've been invited. Can I change other people's? No, it's on them to convert to outside collaborator, okay? So, by the way, to move it, you can, like, there's a literal button to move it. So I would say move it and then rename it, you decide. Also, if you can add CI, that would also be appreciated. I don't know if these other projects do much CI. This one does have CI. A5++ does have CI, so having CI would be nice. You can steal, I guess, a CI script from any of the other ones. Like... oh no, this one sets up Zig manually. Oh no, it uses mlog. Okay, never mind. Oh right, this has to set up LVM separately. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, so yeah. Yeah, you can steal this one. Just remove the useless line, for example. Nice. Thank you. Let's go. All your code base. All of them. Oh no, what have I done? Comparing changes. Create a pull request. What is this creating a random pull request on what, man? Auto assign proof HTML. Huh? What? Oh, like it's just explained. Like, wait, did it? Why is GitHub like this? Hello, Rocco Rager. Why is GitHub like this? Why are they like this, man? Get out of here with this trash. Delete. Oh, well, I want all the repositories 2 watchers? Who's the second watcher? Please. Man, should not have pressed that button, huh? Like, can I view as member? Wait, you're saying that the public is seeing this shit? Okay. Oh, because I haven't created a readme, huh? Okay, let's do this. Let's delete it and let's recreate it. Actually, no, because I'm gonna spam the other people who are watching. I guess I can just create the thing manually. Using master as the name for the initial branch. This default branch name is subject to change. Configure the initial branch, use in all your repository. Blah blah blah. Names commonly chose instead of master are main, trunk, and development. Didn't we specify main everywhere? But what is the point of this message? I don't know. Whatever. Add profile, create file. Um, I have put it over. Thank you. I think I already thanked you. Let me see. There we go, capstone. Let's go. Nice. And also acts as a, so what I want to say is like, it's like a display in a shop. How do you call a display in a shop? How do you define it? Like a showcase. Yeah. Can I have line wrapping, please? You know what? I guess I can put a new line myself. Fine. Hmm. But then you're free to upstream. Hello, Dolary. What am I doing? I'm doing some of what is up here, but right now I'm writing a README for the All Your Codebase organization. Working on the CSS render right now. What looks better, RGB 000 or personally, I like the spaces. I can see the argument for the other version, but I personally like the spaces. Hmm. Well, let's just say it's already in the title. Oh, but maybe... No, maybe the license should match. No, the license shouldn't match. It should be at least as permissive. Okay, let's see how this looks like. No, we replace, we package, we... Is Zine similar to Hugo? Just had this pop up on my recommended feed, and funnily enough, I'm looking into site generators at the minute. Yes, it is. It's very close to Hugo, not a one-to-one mapping. I like certain things about Hugo, I don't like others. So you will find, for example, that the project structure is very similar to Hugo, except I don't have the weird underscore index as naming convention. You can do the same things in terms of like how you structure sections, but like it's, in my opinion, less confusing. Second of all, so it's similar in that sense. It is different in the sense that, for example, I don't have my templating language is very different. I don't use curly brace templating languages because I don't like them. I think they're bad when templating HTML. Like they just are like, it's a macro system and it sucks. Instead, I wrote my own templating language called Super. And, you know, it's normal HTML where you add like attributes, like an if attribute that toggles basically the body of an element, that kind of stuff. So I think it should be significantly more intuitive to use. That said, final thing, Zine, unlike Hugo, is like at version 0.1, so like it's still not complete. And so, you know, if you are looking for advanced stuff, like advanced features, I might not have them yet. I plan to have all of them. Like I plan to have Zine become as good as Hugo and better. But certain things, you know, require some work before we can get there. So my recommendation is go to the website, go to zinessg.io, do what the quick start section says, and play with it. And play with it a little bit. Read the documentation on the website. Also, feel free to ask me. I have a Discord server, so you can also join the Discord server if you want. There's a Zine channel, or ask me maybe here in chat what you plan to do with it, and I can also tell you. I can give an estimate if I think that your use case is simple enough to be fulfilled with the current implementation of Zine, or if you might want to hold off because you might need something that is not implemented yet. Also, you know, be aware, as I said, it's like alpha software, so it's not going to be, you know, a complete user experience where like you never have to interact with the maintainer. No, you will probably have to interact with me to ask questions, maybe because something is not well documented, but like that's the state of things. I'm about to start working on porting the official Zig website to Zine. And also, if you want to see existing websites that are today implemented with Zine, zinessg.io obviously is implemented with Zine. My personal blog, christoph.it, is also written in Zine. So at least that level of complexity works. So that you can also get, you can also use that as an estimate. Is it direct Angular with NGIF? Probably. The difference though is that Angular is a front-end framework, so their NGIF is like dynamic. In my case, it's static. It's like it gets evaluated once, and then the final static HTML gets rendered, and that's the end of it. But setting that difference aside, yeah, that's the same logic, I guess. Why is this thing so ass? Why is this thing like? Why does it have so? Why does it have an uneven padding? I hate this. Am I supposed to put a new line at the top? Why is this like this, man? Why are these people like this? Because it doesn't say you can copy that anymore. Yeah, fair. I'm having trouble figuring out like a good one-liner. This is like our tagline. You said the scheme over the Zine webpage honestly looks perfect for my needs. My website is fairly simple anyways, actually very similarly laid out to the Zine site, so I will totally give it a shot. Let's go. You can straight up clone that repo and start changing things, and it works. Also, I forgot to add that explanation on the website yet, but you can also generate RSS feeds. It's not yet like fully polished. Like it totally works. It's just like slightly unorthodox, but you can do it. I need to add an explanation for that on the website. I guess I should leave with this and leave Clang a second. How does that even look like? Hi everyone. Has anyone here compared Zig Raylib and C Raylib? Compare in terms of performance. Do you have a link to Zig Raylib? And maybe a link to C Raylib? As in, are those like different implementations of Raylib? Like, I'm assuming you're talking about like the build system packaging them, but is there like a Zig implementation of it? I got a kind of strange result where if I put everything on the stack, then the Zig program got 5 times more FPS. Just Zig bindings, okay. Well, I mean, putting stuff on the stack is pretty good when you can do it, so... I think there's also another thing. When you build a release, when you make a release build in Zig and you're not cross-compiling, you're making a native build that enables support for all kinds of extended instruction sets for your system. I don't think the C compilers do that by default. So basically, when you're not targeting another, when you're not passing dash target, or you're passing native as the target, then you also basically get implicitly mCPU equals native in a sense, in like C flag lingo. So to compare C, you would need to do, I think, like to have a fair comparison between Zig and C, you would have to do, I think, -03. It's like if you're comparing release fast versions, you would have to do -03 and -m CPU native. Again, I'm talking about release builds, right? So to Zig, you would also have to pass -d optimize equal release fast. Both are using the optimized release build. I don't know. Then I guess what you were talking about, like being able to put stuff in the stack, then really that does make a big difference. So no, I don't know if anybody has compared these things. So like, I guess if you're thinking of making a blog post about it, you would probably be the first, as far as I know and can remember. When I try to do build serve, I get an error, unable to unpack tarball. Oh no. I should really set that dependency as a place dependency, I think. But can you try again? Because I think the problem is that like you kind of trying to fetching that archive gave you an error. Like that archive exists on GitHub, I promise you. Maybe try again, see if you got like a bad result. Otherwise, there might be something weird going on between you and GitHub. So you're able to access it. That's interesting. On which OS are you right now? Windows? Windows 10. I'm guessing this might be some bug in Zig related to Windows 10. That's unfortunate. Let me think how you can solve this. Maybe I can solve this for you. Yeah, I guess we can try WSL, but you know, it's how can I say that probably works as a workaround, but you're not supposed to. Like Zig should work well also on Windows. That said, you know, stuff happens. So let me try first if I can fix that for you, and then we can see. Do we have a lazy pass in this? So how do we make this lazy? No, I don't think I can. Oh shit, I don't think I can do what I'm trying to do. Actually, maybe I can. Wait a second. Like, I guess my point is that I wish I could even just avoid having you download AFL++, because you really don't need it. AFL++ is needed by me as I'm developing, but not by you. So there should be a way to do that. It might not be implemented in Zig yet. So I feel like this might have changed something, but I don't think I'm yet at the bottom of this. So let me change this like this. No. And even LSP Kit should be lazy. And also known folders should be lazy. And then same with Scripty. I'm testing basically this change all on my local checkout to see if it works. I don't think it will, but oh no, you know what we can make lazy actually? Not AFL Kit itself. We can make lazy AFL++. Okay, that is actually a chance that we can make this work. Yes, this should be an error because LSP Kit is marked as lazy, but then we cannot use it. Oh no, fuck, but I depend on their build system. Oh no, okay, I don't think I can do this. We can try. Okay, let me chase this and see if we can get to a point where it works. So here's how it goes. Like, depending on Zig, AFL Kit is not that bad. The problem is these other dependencies. So Zig AFL Kit is actually pretty easy. By the way, I can also change this. Okay, so I can, with a good degree of certainty, guarantee that I can fix this for you. I'm trying to fix it in the nicest way. If it doesn't work, I have a fallback. So sit tight. So here's how we do it. New tab. Wait a second. Why are you depending on it as a tarball? Who's depending on it as a tarball? Out of curiosity, are you sure that you have the latest? Wait. What are you cloning right now? Because the Zine SSG repo. Okay. Because I'm looking at how Zig AFL Kit depends on AFL++, and we depend on a commit. We don't depend on the archived version. So my question is, who's depending on the archived version? Have I messed up? ZineSSG.io. Oh, well, I changed it in this other tab. So, where is it? Oh no, I was like this for a while now. Okay, let me see what's online. So yeah, we're depending on Zine, on the tight version of Zine. Okay, I'm a little bit sussed out that this is resolving, anything is resolving into an archive, because this should not be the case anywhere that I can think of. But I may be wrong. In any case, let me do this work, and then we can see how to proceed. So, my idea now is, in Zig AFL kit, we make this a lazy dependency. Can we do this? We can run Zig build, but it's not gonna do anything. So let's go in scripty, where we can do test. This should fail. What about fuzz? So this works. Because the entirety of Zig AFL kit is lazy. And apparently that's fine? What about this one? Okay, now this has a problem with known folders. Because it's lazy. Okay, let's go change this. Found it optional. What? Lazy dependency gives you an optional dependency? How does it work? When this function is called, it means that the current build does, in fact, require this dependency. If the dependency is already fetched, it proceeds in the same manner as dependency. However, if the dependency was not fetched, then when the build script is finished running, the build will not proceed to the make phase. Instead, the parent process will additionally fetch all the lazy dependencies that were actually required by running the build script, rebuild the build script, and then run it again. In other words, if this function returns null, it means that the only purpose of completing the configure space is to find out all the other lazy dependencies that were also required. This allows to use this function for non-lazy dependencies, in which case it will never return null. This allows toggling laziness via the zone script without changing with logic logic. Okay, let me try to wrap my head around this. So it means that we may get null, at which point we kind of want to continue, but also not. So we could do or else return. But then what about the other one? But also we would be putting these things here, like we would hard code these things here. So how do you actually use these things optionally then? I guess it's under an if thing. So I wish I could. So I guess these things basically, you can put them behind flags. And then, okay, what I'm understanding is that you can put them behind flags, and putting them behind flags works. but you cannot put them under a step because you cannot inspect what the step does, blah, blah, blah. There has to be a way of inspecting the current step, man. The currently invoked step. Come on. Do it for me. No, we don't see it. We're not given it, unfortunately. That makes sense, but it's also annoying. So it means that we cannot just Zig build anymore if we want to do this. But you know what? It's fine. So here's how we do it. We... So we undo this. Okay, I learned something. We undo this. Let's remove laziness from these guys. Right, this doesn't work because we were working on things. So let's momentarily change this. So this works. Okay, so Scripty works. Super HTML works. Let's take a look at Zine now. Zine seems to build without problems. Can we Zine build serve? Okay, in theory, as things are right now, you should be able to pull this without depending on FL++. Although the second point at the same time is, who's depending on this damn string anymore? You know what? Okay, so I understand what the problem is. The problem is that I think I changed this somewhere at some point, and now this is not like this anymore for some of dependency that I haven't updated. So in any case, let's do this. So maybe they have FL++ lazy in here. How does this work though? We do builder.dependency though. Well, you know what? I'll figure this out myself. If it breaks my own steps, it's my own problem to solve. Okay, so one is updated. Second one. This is scripty. Oh, wait a second. Oh, that's a problem. Let's see how this goes. There we go. Okay, so we have this problem in... Okay, because this is now from another perspective, where we're calling the AFL source dependency is marked as lazy. We must use the lazy dependency function instead. Okay, I guess I can put a flag in here and I can say, don't test this. Oh, here's what I can do. I can do like de-enable fuzzing. And I guess I can put this under the default step. So if you don't pass defuzz, we don't define what's below. Is this a thing? It is a thing. Let's go. Okay. So basically you're saying if you're passing defuzz, we enable fuzzing in the default step. That's good. And so without this, everything works. Oh, the problem is if it's present and true, then great. If it's false or missing false. Okay, so this is good. Return. So this is all correct. Also, no, this. Fuck, install bin file once. Oh, it's installed file with dir. That's annoying. So we need to do this. B add install b file. No, this is ass. Okay, so we need to update Zig Livecoding now to do lazy dependency. And we can straight up or else. Or else return what? I guess or else we return an empty lazy path. The editor is Helix. Just to make it work. Incompatible types be dependency or lazy path. Oh yeah, right. Was return. Scripty works. Let's see. Super HTML works. Let me double check the Super HTML does what it needs to do. Can you type here? Oops, I've been ignoring YouTube chat for a while now. Is Zine similar to Hugo? Yes. Oh, you also posted on the other side. Nice. So, sorry. I forgot to take a look at YouTube. Okay, so we are able to build now. Okay, let's push all these changes. Now, let me think about it for a moment. Does it make sense for AFL Kit to make AFL++ a lazy dependency? I'm starting to think that no, it should not. It's not on us. It should be... We as a whole dependency should be made lazy by our parent. Let me... Wait a second. No, it's not on us. Parents should be doing this. That thing was also a huge hack. That's yeah. You know what? Maybe I should just revert. Yeah. Okay. Also, are we at the latest version? Zig fetch. Info process is up to date. Okay. Okay, so nothing to commit here. This is scripty, so we already did it. Let's do super HTML. Let's do Zine. Let's do Zine SSG. Okay, I think we are perfectly good. So, nothing to do here. Except for pushing. Oh, I'm in the link error branch. Fuck. Okay, you know what? This is fine. Script is fine. No, wait a second. Oh. I need to do this manually. So when I do fetch, it resets the laziness status. That's a problem. Hopefully there's a dash dash lazy that I can pass. Oh, come on. There's no lazy flag. That's so annoying. I'm weirded out that fuzz works this well. Oh no, I'm realizing that I have this flag flipped around. Okay. Okay. Oh no. Okay. The GFL kit is fine. Scripty has this flag flipped around. Let's think for a moment. If Fuzz is present, I guess we want this. So, if Fuzz is not defined, we set this to true, which becomes false, and we continue. Okay, you know what? Here's how we simplify everything and stop doing stupid things. God damn it. Instead of returning, we put all this stuff inside this if, which is also probably easier to understand. So, if Fuzz is present and set to true, then we do these things. Otherwise, we don't. Jesus Christ. Actually, no, you reset. Okay. Okay, so if Fuzz is passed, then we do the fast step stuff. Otherwise, we don't. Install artifact. Fuck. I did it for the other one. I forgot to do it for this one. Okay. Fuzz is not a step anymore. I can do defuzz. That builds a fuzzy executable. Okay. So this part is fine. Oh, we're starting to say that, yeah, it's fine. We can commit this, whatever. Okay. Now we're ready to get into Zine. Actually, let me double check the zone file. Yeah. This is lazy. This is all good. Zine. We need to update Super HTML. No test. Okay. So, should I make a tagged release of Zine? I guess we should tag this. Maybe we don't make a real release for it, but like we just tag so that people can grab a tag version. Okay, Techie Cat, if you're still around, in theory, if you try now, you should be able to fetch this without issues. Really enjoy using Zine, sorry, rewriting my site from Hugo to it. Let's go. Just trying to figure out how to loop now. Here's an example on how you can do that. For example, in my index, I do it here. So, I'm assuming you probably want to loop on pages. So step number one is that you need to define a section that contains those pages. And for now, you can only access that list of pages. Perfect. Layouts, templates, base. So if you want to put this in base, it kind of means that you're trying to put a list of everything available everywhere. Right now, this is a bit of a problem because... So let me tell you what the problem is. I'll tell you what the problem is from a development perspective, and so that you can get an idea of the situation, and then you can decide what to do about that. So, the problem right now is this. Obviously, adding dependencies to data in templates means that when you change one file, more pages need to be rebuilt. If you assume that everything can access everything, then it means that one page changes, entire website has to be rebuilt. That's not what you want. You want to be more surgical. So you would like to give the option to templates and things to access information about other pages, but you also want to make that opt-in and detect so that you can be more surgical. So you can say, yeah, well, yes, this page has changed, but only this other page was accessing information about it, so we only rebuild these 2 pages, we don't rebuild the rest of the website. That's the core problem. Zine implements some of that, but it doesn't have yet the fully general version of this logic that allows you to be kind of arbitrary. Like basically allowing you to opt into those data dependencies only when needed and everywhere. Like being able to put those dependencies everywhere. So right now, Zine is a bit limited in that sense, because again, until I develop that system, I don't want to add dependencies everywhere and then have Zine build everything every time you change something. It wouldn't be at the end of the world right now, and maybe, you know, you could argue that users would use the extra flexibility even if it's not fully optimized, but I want to take it easy, and because I don't want to overpromise the flexibility that I can offer with Zine before I actually implement it in the correct way. And because in any case, I don't want to compromise the scalability. I want Zine to guaranteed be able to work on ginormous sites without problem. So, given that, you know how looping on other pages, obviously it's a data dependency of that kind. So right now, you can loop on a section's sub pages. So to loop on a section sub pages, it means that your content post star has a section that it belongs to. If you only have this content, if you only have posts and then stuff, and then you have index.md, then posts belong under the index.md section. So that means that the index markdown file is the one that can do page those subpages. You put this stuff in the template, right? In a layout to be specific, but like you have to put it in the one that gets used to render index.md. If you want to do this logic like nested in another subsection, then it's different. So you can use. I recommend you take a look at my blog to understand how it's done. But I guess roughly speaking, the idea is loop on the front page. Well, and that's it. You can get past that, but like the basic version of this advice is loop on the home page, and then you can do it. This will be made more flexible in the future, like guaranteed. But for now, that's what's implemented. As I said, because making this more flexible today with the like dependency tracking infrastructure that I have would mean give everything access to everything, and so rebuilds would suck at that point. They would be real shit. Okay, what a detour. So before that, I was writing the all your code base thing, readme. Zilib has been pinned. Yeah, I'm not sure that that one should be pinned, but is it like a particularly good thing version? Yeah, maybe we can. Okay, you know what? We do Zilib and CPython and VVV for laughs. Okay. So I'll be right back. Give me like a couple minutes. I'm just gonna make some tea. Take a quick break, and then we do super HTML interface. That's what we were working on originally, right? So it's finally time to go back to it. I am back. Sorry for the wait. Okay, Choki, are you still here? Let me see. You have the content. If I have content/contact and content/post star, is there currently a way to have the post show up within that loop, or will it take all the MD files that isn't index? Yeah, no worries. No, the questions are great. I was asking if you were still here, just, so that I would know to wait for you before giving an answer. So, the answer to your question lies on whether something is a section or not. So, right now, as I understand, and by the way, this is based on what you told me. So it is incomplete information, and things might change based on what other things are. So, Lorian. Okay, so as I understand this, yeah, you can drop a repo link. Actually, yeah, that would make things easier. That would make things easier on everybody. My drawings aren't all that great. Drop that link. Yeah, take your time. Drop that link and then we can chat. By the way, Techie Cat. If you're also around, did it work? We never heard from Techie Cat. Techie Cat. After we pushed the original fix. So hopefully everything went well. Okay, so we were here, and we are going to add check and interface. I guess we can do one at a time. Let's go. Okay. Okay, I understand. I think I understand what the problem is. I have a question. Mac user, please, why when I plug my Mac with my MSI monitor, the Mac lag a lot? I have no idea. The loop is giving me library July 26, 24 contact July, and first post. So it's giving you contact, it's giving you library, and it's giving you the content of posts. Yes. So here's what's going on. In Zine, every index.md file defines a section. So doesn't matter how things are nested in folders. Everything next and below that index is inside that index. But if, for example, posts had an index.md inside of it, then only the index would be directly under the top level index. I don't know if it makes sense. Let me put it this way. If you had index.md inside posts, then doing subpages from index.md would give you contact, library, and posts/index.md. It would not give you first post. But then if you were to do sub pages from posts/index.md, then you would get first post. Okay, so for example, one, I guess, compromise, one way of getting a clean list of posts that doesn't contain these other pages would be by having a like posts/index.md. So basically that would prevent you from listing your posts on your index page, but it would put them into I'm talking about URLs now. So it would be, website.com/posts. And implicitly would be posts/index.html. So that's one way. A second way is to not do that, not create a post section, and instead leave things as they are, but filter out from your loop pages that are not under the posts section. How do you do that? Well, I guess the question number one is, can you do that now? And if you can't, I can add a built-in for you. So, docs, script your reference. The idea is that you want to basically look on those pages and I guess look at their kind of like at their path. Is there like a way of getting their path? This section. Examples. Blah. Oh no. Sub pages, next page, pref page, has next, has pref, permalink. So you can look at their permalink. Permalink gives you length, suffix, FMT, add path, syntax highlight. Oh, that's all you can do on strings right now. Okay, so what I think we would want I think maybe we would want two things. One is something that isn't just permalink, but something that gives you something like rel link, or like basically a rel path, maybe like a path relative to the start of the website. Oh, right. Let's look at the original thing. Are those your pages? No. You have another page. Wait, what's the link here? /posts. Okay, wait. So you already want okay, never mind. Then you don't need the hack that I was thinking. Hack. Well, this other approach that I was thinking. You already can have this. Okay, so here's how you do it. It's option number one. Oh god, I lost everything. Where did I open your stuff? So this is this here, expand. Okay, so here's how you do it. No problem. So you need to give index.md to posts. Give it index.md and it will list you all the other MD's files in here, and you will be good to go. Keep in mind that you will have to create the index.md for this section. Will need to be, well, you know what? You'll figure it out. You don't need me. You will figure it out. Just make sure you add an index.md here. Everything else will fall into place automatically. Nice. Okay, so how does check work? I play myself. It's fine, man. Don't worry. You know, when you're playing with new stuff, it gets confusing. No worries at all. Happy to help. Glad to be getting away from Hugo templates. Oh man, that was my same thinking. Yeah, they are like Hugo. There's a lot to love about Hugo, but to me the two worst things are templates. They just suck. Like the templating stuff right now in Zine is so limited. It is so limited compared to Hugo, and still, even though all the limits, I still prefer the current experience than with Hugo. So yeah, and I think the problem number 2 in Hugo is that I really despise how they have 10 different ways to organize your content folder, and they have all these special names that have conventions given to names that you just have to know. And I keep forgetting how underscore index.md works versus non-underscore index.md, and also the fact that content is using that same convention automatically mapped to layouts. I hate that. So in Zine, for example, the fact that layout has to always be specified, it's not like a limitation of the current implementation. That one stays. Like I love having to specify explicitly what is the corresponding layout, so there is no guesswork. You just know precisely what is the correct thing. And this is not implemented today, but I will implement tooling so that you can like go to definition there and it will bring you to the right position, that kind of stuff. Yeah, and actually related to that, there's also, I guess, a third thing that I don't like about Hugo, which is that you can like in your front matter, you have settings that have meaning for Hugo, like title, author, maybe author, I'm not sure. Well, date, draft. These have semantic meaning for Hugo, but then you can put in there custom ones, and they like, and you don't know anymore what has meaning for Hugo, what is custom. So that also is another thing that I absolutely wanted to change. You can put custom stuff, but it goes under custom. That's it. Super nice. Super HTML is super nice as well. Let's go. Oh, you got it with LSP0. Nice. What is LSP0? Oh, Vim LSP0. Oh, so you're not using NeoVim, so you're using the Vim integration. By the way, I don't know if you're interested, I don't know, usually involved with this stuff, but one person is trying to get Super HTML integrated with a bunch of different things. And so he's working on getting stuff into NeoVim Mason, but that part doesn't interest you, I guess, much. But this Vim issue here might interest you more. So I don't know. And in case you like, if you're very familiar with how this stuff is supposed to work in Vim, feel free also to chime into this issue, because Eli is working on getting all this stuff merged. But as you can see in the issue that he opened, this is his first time. So I don't know if you know more. I just added it as a custom server. Okay, so, well, you know what? Once, I guess these 3 PRs land, then you won't have to add it as a custom thing anymore. Yo, Eli's here. Let's go. Okay, so what should the check interface look like? Should accept standard input. Yes. Should accept. Should not accept a check flag because it makes no sense. Should accept help. Yes. Exit. Exits. Okay. Now, now what we want next is I guess a flag that might be useful would be like stop on first error or like continue anyway. But let's for now do stop on first error implicitly. Okay, so run command.parse. I think the command looks pretty much the same. It's just the check flag that we don't care. So no check flag, not parsing the check flag. Everything else is exactly the same. No, this is not the same. This is like this. Okay, so cmd, any error equals false. And this calls FMT HTML. So we should rename FMT HTML to check HTML. We should rename FMT super to check super. Everything else seems fine. Format there should be check there. Format file should be check file. Would putting that config into the issue happen anyway? No, I don't think. Just putting that into the issue, I don't think would be particularly. Or rather, you know what? Not putting it there would not be particularly useful. But if you go to here, if you were instead to add a PR deadline for to my README, that would be appreciated. So like you could add like you see we have VS Code, we have Helix. If you want, you can put Vim between VS Code and Helix. You know, we can like sort them by popularity. It's like we put at the top the things that have the highest chance of being a hit for a reader. So between VS Code and Helix, you can put a Vim section and say briefly that if you're using LSP0, maybe link to what LSP0 is, and then you can put this in a code block, and I'm sure that people would appreciate that. Well, I for one definitely would, because I can speak for the I can speak for the editors that I know and use. I cannot speak for Vim because I don't use Vim. Okay, I think we've implemented check. Maybe almost. Check. What? Check. Oh, you know what? I'll keep passing any error. Might want to do this in the future. No more check variable. That works. Don't worry, Eli. I mentioned your Vim, the issue where you were talking about integration with Vim, but I was saying to Chucky that it makes more sense to put a suggestion on how to configure Vim specific stuff into my README. And by the way, Eli, also once you're done with the Vim stuff, I would highly recommend that you put under VS Code NeoVim, and you put a couple lines of instructions on how to get that done, which might very well be just like it's on Mason, get it from there. I think. Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay, so we implemented Super HTML check. That's good. Let's go implement interface. Actually, interface has to print something, doesn't it? Ah, whatever. Let's see how it goes. Okay, let's start by looking at the README. Now that I'm not super groggy, I can give a recap. So, long story short, there's a couple. I read that in the implementation of the function that was pointed out to you in the other issue, and what you can do is just search for an extend tag and or a super tag, and I think that's gonna be good enough. So, like a HTML extension plus the presence of those two tags should not cause false positives, and then if you don't find either, it's fine to default to their HTML original thing. So like it's fine to, how can I say, not be too aggressive with it, and like just match good hits, like things that we know are a good hit, and then maybe in the future somebody else can PR an improvement once, if Super HTML ever becomes popular enough for somebody to even care. I think that in Django you don't even have a diamond bracket. I think in Django Extends has curly braces. Let me double check. Like, to be fair, I didn't read that part specifically because I used Django in the past and I felt like I knew what was going on, but now you're making me second guess myself. So let me double check. You see that they also have a curly. Yeah. Django uses curlies, so their search starts with a curly. In our case, it's a diamond bracket. Also, did I not update this part? Oh no, look, I forgot to update this section. Also, we don't want to do this recursively. That's for sure, man. So it's either one path. Or options, kind of like this. Without the outer square brackets, I think. So round parentheses. I guess. How do people express this? You know what? We can be a little bit imprecise and just say the path is like this. We can make it optional. Yeah, okay. Oh wait, so when you said Vim, you meant that you were using NeoVim. Sorry, I'm just a moron. I know nothing. So this is LSP 0. So this is okay. So this is like an alternative to Mason. Is that how it works? I guess I need to learn this stuff myself a little bit. No. Okay, this project is also depending on NVim LSP config. I mean, sorry, I am learning this stuff as I go. NeoVim is like, it's a freaking multiverse of complexity. So, okay, this is also depending on an NVim LSP config. So in practice, what you have in there is an NVim LSP config thing, right? Yes, you're basically adding it manually to LSP config. So the question is, does this require LSP0 at all? LSP0 is just a helper for setting non-supported LSPs. Okay, so you're saying that LSP0... Eli, can you confirm that then this would not work without LSP0? Or would it? Because I don't see any reference to LSP0 in any of this code. So, like, wouldn't you be able to... I don't know what the right word for this is, but like inject this thing? LSP0 is not required for LSP config. Okay, but would this... So if I only had LSP config, no LSP0, would I be able to copy paste this into a Lua script and that it gets loaded at the right time and works? Oh, LSP equals LSP0. Do you do LSP dot something? Oh yeah, you totally do. Okay, that explains it. Okay, so Chucky, here's what I would do. Maybe you can specify that... maybe you can specify that this is for LSP0. So maybe you can do like a new Vim section and then LSP0 subsection. I don't know if 5 heading pound signs are supported. Hopefully they are. So that then we can add Mason above. Oh, the LSP0 heading is 4. Where is it? Oh, shit. Yeah, you're right. You have it. Sorry, it was hard for me to parse visually this. Thumbs up. Works for me. Fix the line and I'll merge. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hey, Zwip, is there a Teach collaboration coming? I don't think so. I know nothing about Vim. I'm sorry. I'm relying on other people to teach me basically one code snippet at a time. So prints a templates interface. I think we can add more stuff here. We'll see. Ooh. Oh, no, wait. It finds the directory. No. None of that. Wait, maybe. No, yes. No. We don't want this when printing interfaces. So this is a file in this case. Okay, I think I'm happy with this menu. Let's merge the PR. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much. See how it looks like? Yeah, that's nice. It works. Let me change flow to flow control. Nice. Thank you very much. Yeah, these instructions are nice, and they are the kind of stuff that I wouldn't be able to come up with myself because I'm just not familiar with the Vim ecosystem. So, yeah. Nice. Ooh, but wait a second. There's one thing that it's not tracking here. Chucky, With this config, I think you're not setting the language ID to super HTML. This won't do auto formatting. Okay, that's fine. But have you actually tried? Have you actually tried to get LSP for SHTML files? Does it work for you as it should? Like, I mean, I kind of assume this match. It's just that so out of curiosity, if you do an extend tag without a template attribute, it will complain. Extend without template attribute. Because my point is that what I don't see here is you defining that SHTML files. Okay, what I'm not seeing is that the mapping that says that .shtml files are of super HTML, have a super HTML language ID. You know what? I'm starting to think that we should just I should just implement also the other version. Oh yeah, you see how it's yeah. Okay, so here's what you're observing right now. What you're observing is that the language server is thinking that your file is a normal HTML file. It's not recognizing that it's a super HTML template with extra rules. So, okay, so you know what I'm starting to think? Now that you're the second person bringing this to my attention, and it's like such a food gun. So here's what I'll do. I'll solve these guys. I was resistant to this in the beginning, but now I'm thinking, yeah, maybe we should just do it. Here's how we do it. Yeah, I'm adding it to the implementation. Too many people are having trouble with this. I thought it was like more normal, but in Helix, it seems to me much more clear what the language ID is and how you are not supposed to like mess it up. But it's clearly not as well defined in other contexts. So yeah. A lot of people use LSP plugins without actually knowing how LSPs work under the hood. Yeah, that's fair. I do think, though, that there's also like a layer of integration, right? Like the way your editor maps file extensions to a file ID, sorry, to a language ID, and they can do that in a more or less straightforward way. And whatever, it's fine. Let's fix this. Let's make it easier on people so that we have fewer people having trouble. Okay, it's implemented. Okay, so Choki, there's nothing that you have to do. This is not yet out, but it will be out, or rather, I don't know, maybe we want to fix your local implementation. Sorry, like these lines, your local version of these lines temporarily, but this will be fixed basically. Well, just get a new version of Super HTML as soon as I publish it. I'm gonna implement now interface, and then I will push. So, and at that point, this integration that you wrote will be correct. No need to change it. Yeah, no worries, man. It's fine. I like it took me a while to notice also myself. You know what? I guess here's the real takeaway. Change the, like fix the config on your end. You posted a link earlier. Was that does the 0 support this? Yeah. Yeah, okay, perfect. No, is it? File types. Would you be okay? So sorry. Here's my wait. Okay, question number 1: is this solvable with this thing? It only looks at file types, not file IDs. Yeah, okay. So you need this change. Okay, so hold on tight. I'm gonna push this change so that you can experience how the server actually is supposed to work. So that like it can help you write templates correctly. That's that seems like a good idea, right? So I'm gonna push as soon as I'm done implementing this subcommand, and then this will be right. Here's what I would ask you then. I don't know if you don't want to have it locally, maybe don't. But like, is it possible to also do easily format on save? Because format on save is pretty good to have. I don't know if you looked at the things that I have there. Okay, but like format on save is also pretty sweet. So I don't know what is the best way of integrating this stuff. In any case, let's do this command so that we can do stuff more easily. So we have std in super, and this is not paths. This is just a single path. So is there, check there, otherwise check file. No for paths. Actually, let's change this to file. Or, you know what? No, path is fine. Path is passed twice here. What? Oh, because it was past path. No, single path now. Okay, we'll have to fix these things a bunch. Check file will reset the arena at the end of each call. Okay. We don't care about any error because this is only done once. So here any error goes away. Here we only have std in. We don't have std in super. It's either std in or path. Let's check that our modes match our expectations. So only std in and path. Single path. So this else if is not necessary. Send it in the Zine channel. Sorry, I can't parse the question fully from here. Keep in mind also that I'm not an expert so with Vim script, so I guess we'll have to figure it out together. Ba-ba-da-da-dum. Oh, check file is the thing that's in feature detection. Okay. Otherwise, returns error is there. So this seems good. It also wants a full path. Because the full path is what it passes down. And what does it use subpath for? Oh, because it passes down as a as an info thing. Okay, that sounds good. What is going on here? What's happening? Oh, this is a question about the zero thing. Okay. I think you guys have to figure it out. I have no idea what the answer is. Da, 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 da. What other errors can we return? There's a bunch of tries. Hey, Dimu Roy, hello. Oh, hello, everybody. What a raid. So, here's a shameless plug for everybody that just arrived. I'm working on a static site generator, and I just released the first tagged version of it. It's version 0.1, so don't expect, too much from it. But I did tag a first version of it. Happy Friday. Thank you, Adjective Allison. Thank you. Happy Friday to you as well. So, if you have a very simple website that, a project that can become a static website, please consider trying out Zine. I promise you the developer experience is limited because it doesn't have a ton of features, but what it is there is, in my opinion, starting to get pretty good. So here's a starting point. When you use Zine, here's a good idea. Get Super HTML. It's my language server, and it gives you diagnostics when you write wrong HTML. Can you imagine? So that's pretty good. It gives you also auto-formatting, so it auto-formats your HTML files pretty good. And when you use it for specifically for the templating language of my static site generator, it gives you even extra stuff. So check it out. As for using the web, using Zine, follow the quick start is under Get Started, and it will tell you to just clone the repository for this same website. Obviously, the official Zine website is implemented in Zine, and so you can start messing around with that. So, by the way, Timo Roy, thank you very much for the $15 to the Zig Software Foundation. Thank you. So, as I said, if you have complicated websites, it might still be a little bit too early. So, do a smoke test, see how it behaves, and decide based on that. If you want, if you're not sure, I can also give you some feedback. I can give you an estimate. You tell me what type of website you're thinking of making, and I can give you an estimate on whether the current implementation is a good fit or not. No problem. Also, under community, so if you want to know what the static site generator is trying to be or not to be, check out the vision and community. I mean, the docs will tell you concretely what type of features are there and how things work. But if you want a more high-level thing, check out the vision and community section. It will tell you a little bit about my experience using other templating languages, other static site generators, and so you can get an idea. And maybe my experience will match yours or not. So that's going to be a decent way of testing if you're interested in this project or not. And finally, there's a link to my Discord server. The Software You Can Love Discord server, where there's a channel dedicated to it. And if you ask in there help about using Zine, I'll be super happy to help you. In the meantime, also, I'm gearing up to start porting the Zig website to it. So we're going to move away with the official Zig website from Hugo to Zine in the next few weeks. But as I do that, there's gonna be a ton of side quests that I will take on, and we're already in one. I'm implementing a subcommand to the Super HTML tool that can help make development more easy. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Well, that's what I'm doing. Okay, so let's see if this builds and if it works. Zig looks cool. It is cool. I'm having a ton of fun. Also, for the people more interested in C projects and packaging them, and here's the ad version. Are you a C and C++ developer who is fed up with CMake, Make, AutoConf, AutoTools, batch scripts, PS1 like PowerShell scripts, and all kinds of broken build systems in the C/C++ ecosystem? Check out all your code base. Check out github.com/allyourcodebase, where the Zig community is packaging every single C/C++ project under the sun for an easier consumption through the Zig build system. I'm a TypeScript dev. Never mind. You're good then. You're safe. Well, you're safe as long as Node Jeep is doing its job. When Node Jeep stops doing its job, then you try to install an npm package and it doesn't compile. Has it ever happened to you, disgruntled dev? Like you're installing a JavaScript package that has a C dependency and then it just does not work on your system. And you have no idea why. Like, just the build fails with a fuck ton of C++ weird errors. They make no sense. Well, first you get a healthy dose of warnings, and then you get the errors, and then you get one error. And so the warnings were all fine. Like the warning was telling you, warning, this thing is completely broken. Warning, if you do this thing, things are gonna go bad and explode. But you don't care. It's a warning, whatever. But then error. This absolutely inconsequential thing happened, but this is an hard error for us, and so we won't go forward. SQLite haunts me. SQLite is one of the nicest projects to build. So imagine if you have trouble with SQLite, man, just imagine what the situation is for people who are building these packages and trying to make them work on people's machines. Here's a link. Better SQLite? What's better SQLite? Better SQLite 3. What? Let's go to the repo directly. Wise Leaves. Is this it? Yes. Okay, so this is a specific package. Also, what the fuck is an LZZ file? What the fuck is an LZZ file? Okay, so this is like okay, this has original SQLite inside of it. But then there's some native code, some native C++ code. You know what? Let's read the header file. Let's see. I don't want to explore building like a packager for Electron with Zig. I don't know what I would, how that would go yet. Nice. I've been doing so much NeoVim testing. I wrote a clean script just to remove all of NVim and reinstall every time. I'm sorry. When is clean coming to Zig? You mean clean as in clean the cache? Or is clean like a tool? Like, sorry, I guess my question is, are you just generally talking about cleaning the cache as a general thing, or like as a specific thing that a package called clean does, which is cleaning the cache, might be also some extra stuff on the side, like, or doing that in a particularly nice way? Well, in any case, it should arrive to Zig some kind of, well, maybe not exactly a clean thing, like a command that you're supposed to call, but some kind of thing that garbage collects old assets in the cache, like very old assets. That should come, because caches in Zig can become humongous. That's for sure. Man, I was running out of space on my virtual machine, and then I found one chunky boy 40 gigabyte Zig cache, and yeah. Why can't the loop tag go inside of a UL tag? It can go inside, but then the idea is that loop is for copying multiple times the body of an element. If you want to copy the full element itself, you can use inline loop. But the idea is that you should try to prefer loop over inline loop. When you need inline loop, you can have it. By the way, it's listed at the end of the documentation page. So if you go to here and then you go to, this is not the page, you go to docs and you go to the end, all the attributes are listed here: var, if, loop, and inline loop. These are the ones that we have now. So inline loop will copy the thing, but I know that this is easier to think about, to reason about when you're writing, but I would argue that if you're doing something like this, like a list of items that has semantic meaning for HTML, you probably want to do it like this. That said, it's up to you. You decide what to do. So if you have like a div that contains all your posts, then put the loop attribute on that div. Or if you really have to, use inline loop. But inline loop is uglier because you're doing something uglier. That's my take. I wrote a general purpose bash function called clean, so I can do clean, Zig or clean and vim as needed. I see, makes sense. Yeah. Some garbage collector is definitely in order. I don't know how that will look like. I would say that probably clean shouldn't be. I wouldn't call it clean. I would call it, again, if we were to implement this in Zig, I would call it late loop. Oh, late loop. Yeah, this is not a great error message. Fair. So a late loop is because of course I didn't explain the problem. Why didn't I? Okay, the problem that I am doing a horribly poor job at explaining is that loop needs to be the first attribute. Put loop as the first attribute, and then you will be good. Yeah, I'm not explaining this correctly. Let's see. I've just had some issues with switching between Zig versions and then Zig not trying to rebuild dependencies. Or at least I think that that was the issue I have run into before. Though now I think that I think about it, unless DBI is changing, that probably isn't an issue, right? If you are changing version of the compiler, it should rebuild everything because the compiler itself is tracked as a dependency to everything you're building, and there is no stable ABI, so no, it should rebuild everything whenever you change the compiler. If it doesn't, then it is a bug, and maybe you were right in deleting your cache. I also think that this might have been a problem in the past, but it shouldn't have been a problem in recent times. But yeah. The install of Super HTML is good now, so my prototype setup's nice. So I'm going to close 20. Let's go. Thank you. Hopefully you won't have any more issues from Super HTML. I'm sorry that you have to do all this back and forth. But you know, until somebody goes and does this work, there's like no way for me, who doesn't have that experience, to know exactly what the needs are going to be. And then you're looking at the Ziggy language server. Let's go. Oh, you know what? I suspect that with Ziggy you will have the same exact problem. Also, keep in mind that Ziggy is adding two languages. One is Ziggy and the other one is Ziggy-schema. And they're both different languages. But the good news is that in the case of Ziggy, file extension and language ID is the same. Is the schema a different file type? Oh yeah, totally. Like, look at the thing. So a Ziggy file is like kind of like a JSON file, right? You have these dots, things, and equal signs. A schema file is very different. It has root equals package, a struct definition, a bunch of definitions. So they are two different file types. They come together in a bundle because, you know, the thing and the schema language are like well, similar, but well, they go hand in hand, but they are two different file types for sure. Different grammars, the different three-seater grammars, same LSP, but the LSP looks at the file extension, well, looks at the language ID to recognize which is which. And by the way, I will need to add versions and stuff to it as well. So there would there be a Ziggy and then Ziggy schema, or what language ID does it expect? Yeah, what you just said. There's a Ziggy language ID and a Ziggy-schema language ID. Okay, thank you. By the way, if you get Super HTML merged, in any case, that would be huge. I think my plan is, well, what I wish would happen, and you're really helping with that, by the way, because I wouldn't be able to do, well, maybe I would be able, I guess. Maybe. But in any case, you're really helping with that. The idea is to get Super HTML into editors as its own thing, and then open a discussion afterwards to see if they're willing to switch the default HTML language server for Super HTML once we're like good enough. I don't think like we're good enough yet, but once Arnow is done with CSS parsing, then we will be good enough, I think. We'll be able to auto-indent, provide diagnostics, and also auto-completion for CSS, and I think that's cool. I'm sorry. But that should be more straightforward, I think. I have a navbar. Is there any way to underline based on which page you're on? I see there's an if statement and a way to get permalink of the page. So what you would like is, I think, something like... Yeah, let me think. By the way, as a use case, it's totally valid. It should be... Zine should be able to pull this off. I don't know if it can right now, but it should be able to. By the way, check this out. You see how this is a template that extends? And it tells you that top-level elements need to have IDs. So if there's no ID, it's a syntax error. Okay, so you have a P element. What happens there? So there are two aspects to this, right? One is toggling a class, and the second is branching correctly. So you need to do this. Class equal... By the way, I don't know if it works. I'm building it as I go. So you need, first of all, to do things to the class. And then you need to do $page dot what? I think it needs to be something like this. I need a scripted reference. Oh, there's a translation key. Interesting. Wait, okay, I'm starting to be freaked out. Where's equal? Why is equal not listed? Okay, am I dreaming this? I think this, is this reference out of date? What the fuck? There's equal. Oh, on dates, on ints, and on strings, right? I haven't implemented equal on strings. So with equal on strings, so here's how it works. Okay, let's imagine that equal on strings is implemented. So by the way, I can implement it now. No worries. Give me a few minutes. I can do that. So page permalink. So you do page permalink dot ends with. Well, you don't want the full equals, right? You just want ends with. By the way, I'm surprised that I would even have ends with. I don't have shit in here. Holy cow. Okay, you do ends with, and then you do ends with what is it? Slash home. Sorry, this has to be single quoted things, obviously. And then you do ends with, gives you a boolean, and let's see what you can do with booleans. Please tell me that I have what I think I have on booleans. And then you do then. If the boolean is true, returns the first argument. Otherwise, returns the second argument. Like this. So you have everything except ends with. That's the idea. And, you know, the class can be whatever. Cut it off. Really appreciate the work, man. No problem. Check out later today. And if there's a commit that implements ends with, you can do zig fetch save Zine master. Like, you don't specify any tag, any commit, and you will pull in latest Zine, and it will have your stuff in it. Okay, it's late for you. Yeah, sounds good. See you tomorrow or whenever. Okay, so we init an AST. We error out if there's any error, and then we do AST something like print interface. Something like this. Somebody has some logic for printing interfaces, but I'm not sure it's the AST. I suspect. Also, this is HTML AST. Oof. So, okay. So this is the first one. And then we need to do the super HTML one. Wait a second. Am I doing the right thing in check? Check HTML builds an HTML AST. Yeah, in check super, I should do the super HTML, shouldn't I? Sorry. Let's see. We're now going to officially support HTML as a language ID, or move that onto the clients to manage. Yeah, it's official. You can use it if you want. I would say that Super HTML is the preferred one. Like you should try to use the correct one if you can. But if it adds extra configuration or it is problematic for stuff like the Vim thing or whatever, then you can fall back to, you know, having SHTML automatically working. Let's see. Only if some VI chat comes along, may we have issues. Vim 15, is that one? Was there any developments there? I believe that this was more about something like file extension detection, right? So it was about the mapping from file extension to language ID. If I understand correctly. So that part, you know, the algorithm, and then whichever language ID you choose is fine. But I do think that if they have SHTML, like server-side SSI, oh, they don't have a language ID for it probably. Right, because they default to normal HTML. Like SHTML as a file extension can also map to the either something special or the HTML file type. So yeah, in any case, I think you know what to do. It's there for you to use if you want to. I would say that as a Super HTML is the preferred one if possible. Otherwise, don't sweat it and use whatever works. No problem. Okay, we need to figure out if this thing can print interfaces. I don't think it can. It knows the interface, but it doesn't print it. It's template that has it, right? Yeah, it has show interface. Ugh. Ugh. We're gonna copy this code. Should we make it an error if something has no interface? I think it's not a bad idea. Oh, we can put this in a comment. Ooh, we can put this in a comment. Okay, I think I'm gonna copy this implementation, but these have like different roles, so it's fine. Oh, I think what's going on. The other command only lists what is not implemented. So this implementation like expects you to have like the whole shebang. Okay, I see. Not found first. This is first loop. We certainly don't need this. Oh, I'm thinking, what do we want? Blocks or interface? I think we want the interface, right? Of the current thing. I'm not sure I'm doing the right thing, but I'm letting the compiler drive. Okay, let's see how this goes. We have like an std out buffer writer or something. No. What about format? Oh, this guy does alloc print and then we pump everything all at once. That's actually not a bad idea, actually. Maybe we could give it a interface formatter to AST. That seems a good idea. What does Zing use for theming of syntax highlighting? Right now, nothing. Like you mean like CSS? It's entirely left to the user right now. There are no like pre-made themes. Also, Neuroside, I'm getting bit so hard by, you know, the simplified algorithm for styling tokens. The super HTML grammar, well, not the grammar as much as the highlighting queries, they suck. They suck without proper support. It's so sad. Let's see. I was thinking of adding theming to Slidey. Wait, what's Slidey? Did you post Slidey somewhere? Where's my Slidey post? Oh, I guess it's not a custom thing. I just discovered it today. Is that a Zig thing or something else? Yeah, in any case, I believe that you are the one who has the most advanced theming support, like that with proper concrete themes. I personally feel like that I want to solve the, I guess, the query problem bottom up, right? Because I have to start with collecting class information correctly without being overly simplistic, and then work my way up from there. Oh, I see. I'll take a look later. Let me first finish this thing. What am I doing? Okay, let's see how we're doing. There's no print errors in Super HTML? What? Ah, there has to be an equivalent. Oh, no, I think every error has its own printing. I think this one has like fancy errors. Never mind, it doesn't have fancy errors at fucking all. What? Report error. Wait, normally AST has to be able to report errors. There is no way. So the LSP has its own implementation. I guess we never implemented it? Why? I think I left this as a horrible to do somewhere else then. There's no other way though. Like... I can call diagnostic on template. Okay, so that's how it is. And we should actually do the same also for HTML, do we not? Report syntax errors. Okay, so we do it for HTML. Okay. Let's see if this tracks or if errors are different. No field name tag in ast.error. As kind, yeah. Yeah, that's actually better than the other implementation. No field name HTML in AST 1759. Oh no. Hey Ninjatron. Okay, I think I may have to redo my blog with Zine. I was going to redo my whole Astro blog, but I think Zine might be what I'm after. Let's go. I mean, Astro seems pretty good. It seems like insane. I was looking at people. So you have these Astro files that are markdown documents where you can put React components inside. And then somebody was in a video that is on Twitter was opening a script tag inside of it. So they could add some, you know, extra layer of runtime front-end scripting to deal with, like, well, to animate and add logic to React components put there by Astro. What the fuck? Prints nothing. That's not okay. Prints nothing. Oh, that's check. We're kind of messing this up a little bit, huh? Okay, so we can finally debug the inner loop code because that's the one that does most of the things. So tag name, clearly tag name is not what we think it is. Also path, why am I printing path? This needs to be optional. How come that people were able to call this? What the heck were we being passed in? Oh. Does ASC have source? It does have source, so source is not necessary. It's path. Okay. Then, in our CLI, we don't pass code, but we pass path. And now complains about optionalness, which is good. I should complain about optionless a little bit more. There we go. It's not giving me a good location. Holy shit, is it not? But at least we're getting better. Okay, this makes much more sense. So interface basically prints. Given a template, its interface. That's pretty good. I want to see the original wording. Oh, you know what? I think that if we don't have a path, we just don't even print the extend part. That's it. When was the last time you woke up and felt like today I want to code Java? I think never. I think that never happened to me. Never ever. Okay, we have implemented Super HTML interface, and it works. So we are ready to push. We just want to make an update also to Zig first, and we want to add ends with. I am really surprised that we don't have ends with. How can I not have that? So, like, I feel like it's such a moron. We don't have ends with. What? I use a function from Zig called ends with, but I don't expose a built-in for ends with. Okay. So this is a good improvement. Okay. So we can now submit this stuff, huh? Okay, let's get to Scripty first. Actually, this is not Scripty. Wait a second. Scripty is not what we should be worrying about. And actually, Super HTML also has nothing to do with it. That's a Zine improvement. Okay, so let's commit Zine. Sorry, let's commit Super HTML. So what do we have in here? We have this implementation and we also have the changes to the LSP. Okay. Okay, so we push Super HTML. Wait, did they not make a commit already for the LSP stuff? Oh no, I'm starting to go insane. What is in this fucking commit, man? I feel like such a moron, man. Okay. Every time having all this trouble with Git. So we have len, we have suffix. We have FMT. We have add path. We have syntax highlight. Let's add ends with. Ends with wants a string. Oh wait, matching or match doesn't detect these parentheses? What? I guess because it's a string. Okay. Hey Matt, am I fuzzing Zine? No, I'm adding built-in suite and I'm working on what's written up there. I fuzz Zine a bunch, but I think I'm like taking a break from that temporarily. I want to make some progress on other sides. There's so much stuff to do, man. I don't know. Whatever I pick, there's something else on the other side that needs more attention. So we need ends with, we need equal. Was there any other built-in that was absolutely necessary? I think these were the two ones. Noster. What? There you go. String now has ends with equal. Oh no, this is Boolean, not string. Oh, good thing I caught that. These functions return Booleans. I'm just realizing, despite getting on this project to get into Zig, I've done more non-Zig programming just happens to support Zig than actual Zig. Well, I don't know if you have. Do you have any project that is, particularly well suited for Zig? Because if you don't, it's I'm gonna say, at least it's a good start. At least it's a start. Here's one suggestion in that sense. If you don't have, like, if you're looking for stuff to try out in Zig, Advent of Code is doable, but I would recommend not, like, using it as a last resort type of thing, because a lot of people try Zig, like, try to get better at Zig using Advent of Code. And the problem with Advent of Code is that your goal is to find the shortest path towards finding an answer. Your code is like one time only. Succeeds at computing the answer once, and then it's never going to be touched again. Zig does not excel at that. Like, Zig is excellent when you're doing engineering. In a sense, Advent of Code is not engineering, because you don't have to deal with malformed input. You don't have to worry about maintainer making code maintainable. You don't have to worry about, like, different use cases based on the user's configuration or weird needs. So all of that goes out the window, and, like, you're just basically scripting an answer. And that gives you, in my opinion, a subpar look into Zig. So I would recommend trying something else before you try Advent of Code. You can still have a good time doing Advent of Code, but it will not really showcase you where Zig truly shines. Oh, why am I putting semicolons here? Does anybody know how hard is it to create a custom backend for the Zig compiler? It's for a custom CPU. The answer is not terribly easy. In theory, this should be made easier by... There's this proposal that was, I believe, accepted, or in any case, there was the real interest for a contributor-friendly IR that would allow you to bootstrap, like, a new, a new architecture, so a new CPU. So maybe it wouldn't generate, like, maximally optimal code, but you could get it working. But I believe this stuff is not implemented yet. So however it's going to look like, it's just not there yet. Let's go. you know what? We also want to add... We probably also want to add to Zine contains. Let's do contains. I don't have a fun time to add matches. Oof. Yeah, these are good enough for now. Index of none. Oh. Oh man, oh no, this if thing is kind of like screaming for we want inline if, but I don't have inline if. How have Italian ducks been? I think pretty good. Honestly, we haven't been doing much sightseeing, so. Hopefully not too hot. Nah, they should be fine. Actually, this is like a normal summer. Like it's been kind of hot, but not terribly so. How are things been on your end of the planet? Like here, things are kind of fine. Like I have the window open, and some nice cool air is coming in. Like it's good enough. Well, cool is a strong word, but you know, cool enough, not too warm. Enough to keep me like happy. Super rainy. Oof. Oh no, the scripts are not scrolling. Gotta do vertical alignment. Oh, you know what? No. Here's how we simplify this. If the last time I was like this, Super Econ would have been way worse. Oof. So, super intense. I'm sorry. Well, I don't know. Beats the heat. Although I don't know how hot it gets for you in the worst case. But yeah, sorry to hear that. Shit. Can we make the Super HTML ones not do that? What's the correct value for text overflow, man? Clip ellipsis unset. I guess. And overflow X auto. Yeah. Does Super HTML only have diagnostics right now? I don't know how to answer the question. What is the other thing that it might not have right now that you think it might not have? So Super HTML does auto formatting. Oh, completions. Yeah, no completions. Yeah, the language server does not have completions. That's totally. By the way, it's also a contributor friendly. Wink, wink. Issue. The auto completions would be nice. Yeah. So it has diagnostics, auto formatting, both via the LSP and through the CLI. It has this interface command, which should also be wired to the LSP. I think your LSP should also have the option of adding to the document. Not only adding, like, interface prints everything from scratch, but the LSP should also have the ability to print the missing blocks. It's like maybe you implemented one super thing, but there's like 2 remaining. So it should print out the 2 remaining at the bottom of the file. FNX Flake. Oh, nice. If you want to keep a separate repo, great. If you want to upstream the Flake, also great. Up to you. I'm happy also to keep it in the main repo if it makes things any easier. Either way, nice. Okay. I wanted the option to just pull from the releases then rather than doing a full build. Okay. Oh, you're saying that your Flake is pulling from releases instead of building. I see. And you're saying that like a more appropriate Flake in the main repo would build from scratch instead of pulling from releases. That makes total sense. Now I understand. By the way, as you can understand, I'm like I kind of use Nix. I'm vaguely familiar with what a Flake is, but you know, some of these nuances is a little bit lost on me. So yeah, I get it now. Nice. Okay, so we implemented Super HTML interface. That's nice. What we were missing next is exposing this from Zine itself. So Zine should be able to do that. I'm gonna take a break. I don't know how much I'm gonna stream today still. It's been 6 hours. So I have to see. But yeah. Oh yeah. There's also this Reaper. Check this out. I have an XOS VM running in my Mac on my Mac. Is fucking awesome. I highly recommend this setup. It has all the upsides of the Mac, and it has also all the upsides of Linux. You know, downsides of Linux, like oh no, this HDMI projector is having trouble with Linux and now I need to recompile my kernel. And I'm like, yeah, I don't care because this Linux is a window. It's an application on my macOS and it just works. So you can have the best of both worlds. The supervisor is VMware Fusion, but there's also a Parallels version of this same setup, and you can thank Mitchell Hashimoto for it. I've been using and loving this for a while now. Oh, nice. Yeah, I think that Mitchell also has that as well. He used to not have it. I noticed only recently, but well, recently I guess I hadn't updated that config in like probably more than a year. And then when I updated everything, I noticed that I also inherited his Nix on Darwin configs. So nice. It's really cool. Okay, so let me take a short break and then I'll decide what to do next. In any case, this is done. So we have implemented this stuff. Hey, Nigel. Zine, a word I don't know how to pronounce. If you click the link here, it kind of tells you Zine. Think of it as, you know, magazine, fanzine. That's what this comes from. So yeah, you can click the link. Display issues with Linux haven't been a thing for years. On embedded perhaps, but not on regular PC hardware. Yeah, I have seen this more recently in your site. And of course, it's not with like normal screens. It's with weird ass equipment at venues. Like I've seen, well, not super often, but I've seen a non-zero amount trouble with some weird ass, you know, HDMI thing that they give you at a conference. And, you know, you're about to speak, so you don't want to stress over that stuff, right? You're already stressing out over other things. And that occasionally trips you. Like, who's at fault there? You could say that the venue is at fault because they're using super weird ass hardware that has trouble. That would be fair. But, you know, the reality of it is that you just want to be safe when you get to that point. And this setup that I use has never let me down in that sense. What about dual booting? Dual booting works as well, but, you know, there's really nothing that I'm missing out on in using this Linux VM. Like, it's fast as fuck. I have a GUI. It has GPU acceleration. I don't know. Everything works as it should. Like, obviously, I'm not like playing games in it. Even though I think I could. I have 3D acceleration, right? So I don't care about that. But like everything else works. Like, just so we're clear, this works. Let's see if I have GPU acceleration enabled. In my case, I think I disabled it sometimes because Kitty hilariously had trouble with it. Although this is also probably a newer version of Kitty that doesn't have trouble. So let's see. General feedback. No, I want VM settings. Accelerated 3D graphics require appropriate Linux kernel and Mesa 3D versions. Until the machine is shut down. We don't have it on. Let's turn it on. Is it GL Gears? GLX Gears? Where do you get this stuff? GLX Gears, so it's a package? GLX info sounds useful. Oh, GLX Gears, let's go. Doesn't exist. Ah. So, okay, Rance is not saying 3000 FPS. Okay, 3000 FPS. So, post in chat your frames per second with GLX Gears. Come on. Show me your stuff. Google Maps 3D is my favorite GL check. Okay. Wait, this is like a... I'm gonna have to test this through Firefox. Is this gonna be like a Firefox fail? Give me the good stuff. I think we're having Firefox trouble here. Okay, this is hanging hard. Wait, what? Yeah, this is hanging hard. 13%. Is this loading? Oh, this is loading something. Okay. So I guess we have to wait for it to get to 100%. Come on, dude. Are we good? Not really doing super hot, huh? Oh god, all the spam. Well, this guy seems to be doing better. Not a ton better, but a little bit better. I don't know. Let's see on the back itself. Oh, you know what? I might not. Yeah, no, this is way smoother. Yeah. You know what I might have not have done? I probably need to enable 3D acceleration on my machine, on my client thing as well. Well, what do you know? You know what? Maybe you want to comment this out. Mm-hmm. Let's do Chromium. I don't trust Firefox. Well, this is better. I don't know. In any case, works out well enough for me. Yeah, it's magic. So as I was saying, I'll take a break. Maybe I'll continue. Maybe I'll stop. I'll know once I come back. So I'll be right back. Okay, I think this is where I stop for today. So we made some nice progress. In the end, we were able to push some nice things. Oh no, occasional miscellaneous what? Okay. So, thank you all. And I think I'll see you next time. So let's see if there's anybody worth raiding. Wow, that sounds super harsh. I did not mean to make it sound so harsh. Let's see if there's anybody who's streaming some Zig that we might want to raid. Doesn't seem so. Primagen is streaming, but I don't think he's doing Zig. Is he doing Zig? I'll stream if he's doing Zig. No. Oh, he's chatting. Okay, you know what? It's fine. Let's call it a day. Thank you for hanging out, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.